Hello, everyone, and welcome to Season 1, Episode 1 of Eat Me, a television show that we are an interactive television show where we are just going to talk about food. It's something we all do every single day. Um, uh, the cooking, the eating, the enjoying part of it, the sort of fun end. Um, and I guess I said the fun part, and I included cooking in that. There's some people that just love cooking so much, um, and you can really see it's just it makes them happy. It makes me happy watching them be happy, and I don't hate cooking. Um, I myself am, I don't know. I would say I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a big cook, for sure. That's a guarantee. But do I hate it? No, I like cooking. Um, I prefer eating, but I'm not even really big on that, to be honest. But this, but like I said, there's so much about food, about learning about food, talking about food, um, and and so on. Let's just see if we're good. Oh, yeah, the poster, everything seems to be okay. And yeah, so let's get into it. Um, Now, I watched, these were actually my inspiration to start a regular weekly episode of cooking. You see, I've watched them already. Whoa. So, oh, the naked chef. He's got clothes on now, I guess. Um, it's weird, the sex appeal thing. Um, when you draw the eyeballs um, into you via sex appeal and you really exploit it, like you're taking your shirt off. Um, you go into the gym and you take your shirt off, like this kid. Um, like it's a very okay. So it can kind of be neat. It can kind of be sexy, and it can bring in the eyeballs. It can all sorts of different things, right? It can do all sorts of different things. But at a certain point, which he gave up on the shirtless thing, and I don't know if he's given up on cooking or what, but um, at a certain point, um, you start to the reality of what you're doing starts to set in, and then you realize that you're just a whore, a prostitute. You're selling sex, and maybe it's just and then you realize that all the people that their eyeballs are on you are there for sex. You've been selling sex, so they're there for the sex. And then it can get kind of gross. The reality of you being a sex worker, even though an extremely minor one, starts to set in. And then you start to see the realities of that. Like if you think about a stripper, it sounds like a good, hey, all I have to do is learn a couple of dance moves and take my clothes off, and then I make all this money. But then there's the reality. It's just like when I opened up a bar, in my brain as a child, a bar was a place where people went to go have fun. So that's what I did in my career. And then the reality sets in. It's like alcohol, drugs, violence, alcoholism, welfare, irresponsible people, assholes, alcoholics, drug addicts, prostitution, all sorts of bad, drug dealing. It's like I said, on the surface, it can look like one thing, but once you get downy deepy into whatever it happens to be, then especially the seedy parts of life. Like, like all of the anything that, like once you start selling sex, then you're selling sex to anybody, and it's like it can get gross. Like imagine some, old woman selling or sending you an email of her, masturbating while watching your show or whatever, or just the dirty comments down below, or whatever. It can, and then just listen. I said it simply at the beginning. The reality of selling sex starts to set in, and there's many other layers to it. It sounds kind of like an easy gig, a good gig, a cheaty way to get to the toppy of the whatever. And some people can go on it forever. I think are more suited for that type of work, and I'm not joking. You can say that, you can say I'm sexist, you can say whatever you want. You can yippee yappy all you like, but I don't play games around here. Women are better suited for that type of stuff. However, it's still not good. The woman will still eventually go, well, yeah, it is cheap, easy money, but it's fucking gross, and it's gonna eat away at my soul. So this is why I feel comfortable saying things like, strippers are bad people. Okay? Hey, Loden. Getting shouted down and treated like crap. Hey, I love you. And that's no joke. Seriously, I love everybody until they give me reason not to. And fucking disagreements, you're kind of right about the disagreements, but I don't back down. I don't play games. We can play games about what is better, Halloween or, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Or, I don't know, this dessert plating versus this, the right or the left. I don't know, whatever. There's a lot of things to debate. But I have been studying the fall of Hollywood for years. I've been closely following it. And it's over. And even the quality of movie in the last 20 years, 25 years, in the 90s, it switched around. So I've been studying it. I know I have all of the data. I've been following this for a long time. And, but anyway. But seriously, I'm going to start to close out my videos with that saying, all of my videos, I love you, and that's no joke. And I'm not just saying it or something. I'm going to word it. I'm going to get a word, a phrase there, because I do. And that's genuine. I love everybody until they give me reason not to. And a stupid little thing like, movies today are good, that's not a big enough reason. I don't care. That's kind of an irrelevant little thing. Like, trying to destroy somebody, killing people, being a genuinely bad person. That would be, or genuinely bad to me. That would be the reason for me to not like somebody. But anyway, today it's about food. Today is Eat Me. And this is, I'm skipping over, but I should get you to watch something. I'm skipping over the morning ones. I don't know if I'm going to do the internet game show on Saturday or not. I might do it. This week, I'm going to just get these going. So right now we're on Eat Me. I skipped over the morning episode of 101. And I'm going to skip over this as well. So again, this week is gonna be dedicated to just getting these 7 going, but maybe this one too because it's also live. Because I have to set everything up. I know I got it set up pretty early this morning. I could have set it aside and then started something different, but whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna do these 7 next week. So it'll be all 14 next week, or maybe all 14 next week, but maybe this week it's just 8. All the live ones. I'm getting the live shows going. But it's interesting, after we had our chat, sometimes I think YouTube really knows. So I posted this video from this young kid over in Eastern Europe, and it's a 2-minute video, and it's perfect. It's the world's most perfect thing. Like, it's just a great little 2-minute segment. But also, look at what I found. The truth, which we'll watch right now. The truth, why most modern movies are terrible. It's not my video. Let's watch it. I know it's off topic. Sorry for the Eat Me audience, but normally I would not do this, but I have so few viewers right now, and we're just getting started. I don't mind switching around a little bit, but I really want to stay dedicated to individual topics, and today is about food, but we'll get to there. Watch this. Oh, wait.
Hey, 42 here. In late 2019, Empire magazine ran an interview with Martin Scorsese that, for a brief moment, set the internet on fire. Discussing Scorsese's filmmaking history, the great director was asked for his opinion on the current state of cinema, in particular the Marvel Cinematic Universe. His response angered a lot of people. Equating Marvel movies to theme park rides, he stated they aren't cinema, and went on to say they aren't the cinema of human beings trying to convey emotional, physiological experiences to another human being. This is, of course, a nice way of saying they're at best shallow entertainment, at worst nonsense, only good for watching when you want to put your brain into sleep mode. When it came to putting in the effort to watch these kinds of movies, the best he could muster was a mere, "I tried." The response was fairly emphatic. People argued on the news. The head of Disney was so angered he arranged to meet up with Scorsese to convince him he was wrong. Various actors and film industry professionals commented, but Scorsese doubled down, stating in the New York Times that the Marvel movies were devoid of genuine revelation, mystery, emotional danger, and that nothing was at risk, and they were inhospitable to art. So, in general statements,
I completely agree with him. When Martin Scorsese agrees with me too, and so does this guy. Fox 20th Century Fox, the whole corporation agrees with me. It's not like I'm sitting over here by myself with some strange, quirky, worky-durky opinion that cinema is circling the drain. I'm exaggerating some, but...
We're flying this way, that way, and all over the place. And you know what? Scorsese was right. But he was right in perhaps more ways than he knew, or even liked to admit. Modern cinema, especially that encapsulated by the MCU and similar franchises, does suck. We've gone from the thought-provoking visual masterpieces of the Godfather trilogy, Citizen Kane, A Clockwork Orange, and Apocalypse Now, and hundreds of others that, each in their own way.
Imagine, just rewind. I just want to rewind.
Does suck. We've gone from the thought-provoking visual masterpieces of the Godfather trilogy.
What even remotely compares to The Godfather, 1 and 2. Let's be honest, the third one sucks. I don't know why he said trilogy, but whatever. I mean, and isn't it interesting how the third one happened in 1990? Remember that decade. Remember what I said about that decade. The 90s was the turnaround. 70s and 80s, the 80s was the last great decade for film. Now, I have all sorts of reasons, and he's going to bring up all sorts of reasons here. However, yeah, and by the way, this video of his, I saw it for the first time at June 24, 2020. So it happened only a week or two ago. And I hadn't seen it yet. So we had our conversation, and then I saw this.
The Godfather trilogy, Citizen Kane.
Imagine these films. Classic films that are going to last forever. What I compare things to are kind of like a Mozart. And I'm not joking. A Jane Eyre, a Moby Dick, A Tale of Two Cities, Hamlet, all of these different great big huge amazing things, and none of them happen anymore. We're not to zero. You are correct. We're not at zero. There is a little bit that trickles out of this thing called Hollywood. But when you look at previous times, and even just isolate a single year, which I tried to do with 2015 and 1985 with you. For, sure, when you're looking at all of history, you can say, well, there was a lot of great stuff made. But even if you just isolate a single year, and then take a look at the magic that was coming out of Hollywood, and then compare it to today, it's like, oh my God. Really bad remakes of kids' movies and comic book movies, a little bit of horror, which is crappy and forgettable, and then Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. That's all that's left. Comic book movies, crappy versions of, better made kids' films, Lion King, Aladdin, Toy Story, stuff like that. Some horror, which the big horror was It, and then even It fell off a cliff on its own. From Chapter 1 to Chapter 2, nobody liked Chapter 2, and pretty much everybody says the original was better. Well, I don't know about that, because it was a made-for-TV kind of crappy thing. But I mean, we're not getting the masterpieces anymore. And even your films, sure, your Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's not even considered a great... most people who are Quentin Tarantino fans put that film at the bottom of Quentin Tarantino films. A lot of fans of Quentin Tarantino were putting Once Upon a Time in Hollywood at the bottom of his work. And then you said The Lighthouse. Style over substance. Honestly, style over substance. An A24. You know, I'm not a fan of Hereditary. I'm not a fan of Midsummer. Style over substance. Or Us from Jordan Peele. Style over substance. Whereas these films are going to go down in history as the best thing ever, and they're going to last forever. Just think of the opening shots in, or just I don't know. Yeah, I was just thinking about The Exorcist again, but
A Clockwork Orange,
I haven't seen this film, but I know it's a masterpiece.
and Apocalypse Now, and hundreds of others.
I've seen this film, but I don't remember it, to be honest with you. It was during that era of so many Vietnam movies. Just so many Vietnam movies, I was getting them all mixed up. I'm sure I've seen it. I've seen them all. And they're all, for some reason, when they go to do a war movie, it's fucking good. I don't think I've seen too many bad war movies, you know what I mean? It's like everybody really pays attention and does a good job when they do a war movie. So they're all good, you know? Especially that time of Vietnam. There were so many good Vietnam movies. And even, you know, like when you take a look at the most viewed television programs of all time, it's Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Last episode of MASH. Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. Not joking. So the last episode of MASH, now that's not Vietnam, it's Korean War. But still, like imagine, what television show anymore? Like, I guess they had some popularity with Walking Dead, and then, you know, they had Game of Thrones and Big Bang Theory, but are these really masterpieces? You know, they threw Game of Thrones into the trash. Big Bang Theory, I don't know. I watched maybe a little bit of season 1 and 2 or something, and then I was done. It was an interesting concept, you know, a show of geeks. Geeks were becoming popular. But I don't know. But masterpieces on this scale, yes, Klaus was a good film. Well, so I heard. It's not really my cup of tea. Again, I'm almost all horror. Klaus is a good film. It absolutely is. That's what I heard. And it should have won Best Picture instead of Toy Story. But the fact that Toy Story 4 won, that's sad. Really sad. Why is it sad? Because it was the worst of the 4. Everybody says that, well, maybe 1 and 2 are the tops. And then 3 is still really good, but it's not as good as 1 and 2. But 4 is the worst. And that's the best animated picture. It's just sad, the state of, you know, and there's like no drama, no war, no romance movies, no comedies. Where are the comedies? What about The Breakfast Club? If you're 44, you might remember The Breakfast Club. It really spoke to us as kids. It spoke to me. It spoke to my friends. We all loved it to death. Where are those types of films for the kids of today? It's all video games. And they're all just glued to their, you know, video games and their cell phone. No, they're going to be fine. They'll be fine and all. I'm not, but I mean, where is the kids? Where is The Breakfast Club? Where is the 16 Candles? You know? Where is The Outsiders? For the kids of today, where is Taps? Where is the Friday the 13th? Their version of Friday the 13th. What have they got? Saw, which is kind of a mess. It's interesting, then the traps are cool, but it's a mess. And then the Conjuring stuff. The Conjuring universe. That's, and then just, that's the new stuff. The rest is all just remakes. Sometimes they do a remake okay, but usually they don't. More often than not, the original is far better, but sometimes they hit it right.
That each, in their own way, advanced the cinematic medium and artistic human achievement to modern tropes such as Transformers, White Chicks, 50 Shades, Cats, and, dare I speak its name, the Emoji Movie, and an absolute slew of endless animated and superhero franchises that hand us terrible sequel after terrible prequel after terrible spin-off. Occasional gems do surface from the cesspit, just to name a selection of my personal favourite recent releases. Of course, yours may differ. The Grand Budapest Hotel, Darkest Hour, Joker, almost everything by Christopher Nolan, and much by the Coen brothers, and Scorsese's own The Irishman. But on the whole, cinema is in a very dark place right now, and has been for some time. Now, a lot of this video may come across as the grumblings of someone whose generation is being replaced with a younger one with different, more spandex-laden tastes. I'm man enough to admit that it's been shown that there's a certain age your tastes in music set in stone. So, it's perfectly possible it's the same for movies, and therefore, my tastes are just set in the past, and I'll never get what all the fuss is about. So, maybe I'm just a mustache curmudgeon who can't get with the times. That's possibly true. No, it's definitely true. Don't get me wrong, when I watch modern blockbusters, I do enjoy them. I feel a thrill. As Scorsese suggested, it's as if I'm on a ride in an amusement park. I laugh, anticipate, and sometimes shed a tear, and it's all good fun. However, I certainly don't find myself salivating at the prospect of seeing another one, nor do I derive any deeper meaning from them.
They have become so shallow that I checked out a long time ago. When I was younger and I was a kid and I was watching Superman, and I'm not joking, Superman, the original Superman at the drive-in, watching Superman. I forget which ones we saw, but I'm pretty sure I saw them all at the drive-in. We went to the drive-in a lot. These films were great, and then Batman started. And then it was okay. I wasn't as big of a fan of Batman, but okay. But they were really spaced out. Now, you get a fucking comic book movie every month. And I'm not joking. A comic book movie every fucking month. Movies. Now, there's a lot of these, because other companies are trying to get a $400 million budget. Jesus Christ. We're based on a comic book. Based on a comic book graphic novel. So look, there was 4 in '95. The number one was Batman Forever. There was 5 in 96, The Crow, City of Angels, and then Men in Black. So they've been around for a long time. And by the way, it's been on-off. If you go back earlier than this, now you got to remember that Zorro and the Lone Ranger and stuff like that, even Tarzan, these were also comic books. But look at the explosion in the 2000s. So like the year 2000, there was only one, and it was the X-Men, the first one. But it's just exploded. In 2017 and 2018, there were 17 comic book movies. 17 of them. Wonder Woman and Black Panther. No wonder they keep making them. Because look at all the money, you know? But I mean, I'm done. I checked out at Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2. Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2, I watched it and I was like, oh, that wasn't very good. Yeah, I think I'm done. And I certainly have not seen them all. Can you name all of the comic book? There was 12 from last year. Can you name them all? Avengers Endgame, Captain Marvel, Spider-Man Far From Home, Joker, Shazam, Aquaman held over from the year before, Alita Battle Angel, Men in Black International, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, that was held over from the year before. But then there was The Kitchen, that nobody saw, and to Taja, some foreign film, but it was based on a comic book, and then Deadpool 2, which was held over from the year before. That's too much fucking comic book. I'm done. I checked out. I'm over it. I'm done. I'm not a comic book person. And there was just so many. I checked out a long time ago. I was like, there's too fucking many of these things. I did dip back in for Avengers Infinity War, because I wanted to see the politics behind this and the change. Leading up to the movie, I watched somebody on YouTube go through the Infinity Gauntlet. The original comic book thingy things was called the Infinity Gauntlet story. Gauntlet. So it's the Gauntlet is the is another name for the it's like a war glove, a glove of war. It would be an armored glove, a gauntlet. And yeah, I watched the Infinity Gauntlet story summary on YouTube. He went through the comic book story leading up to the movie, and then they twisted it. So at first he was, I'm not going to get into it actually, but they twisted it into an environmental, zero population growth, far lefty, dumbass, sympathetic villain, stupidity, insanity, to be honest with you. And I was like, oh, really? Interesting, really good story. And then they converted it into a zero population growth. Life is a cancer on the universe, so it needs to be wiped out. There's a lot of people on planet Earth right now, here today, in real life, that think that. We need fewer people. And I'm like, well, if these resources are not for life, then what are they for? And by the way, like that's like if it's not to feed life, L-I-F-E, living things, then what is the purpose of all this? Is you're saying that the asteroid is better left by itself without life anywhere near it? Why? It's all dumb. Once you go down the brain space of the zero population growth people, and then this was propaganda porn for them. They turned Thanos into a sympathetic villain, and I was like, Jesus, now I'm just even angry. Now I'm fucking angry. They turned him into a sympathetic villain. It was an interesting story in the comic books. He literally just wanted to court death. And that's the original idea, all of the idea. That was the original everything for the movie. But then they changed it. At the end of the original Avengers, the post-credit scene was Thanos talking about courting death, and then he smiles and he looks at and smiles at the camera. At the end of the first Avengers. He's courting death. Courting means I love you, I love you, I love you. And death is an actual physical person, and it's usually a woman in the Marvel comic world. So courting death means I love you, death. Death is an actual being. So he was going to snap half of the life out of the universe just to get into the pants, into the good graces of Death. Mistress Death is her name. Death is an actual female, and she's beautiful, obviously, and whatever. And she controls all the death in the universe, which is a big superpower. She's bigger than Thanos himself. So he wanted all of those gemstones in his gauntlet so that he could snap his fingers, snap half of the life out of the universe, and then court death. So in other words, hopefully she will like him and ride his pee-pee. That's what that was about. But then at the end of the original Avengers movie, that's the way that they were going. Courting death. And that was a nod and a wink to the comic books. But then they decided to make Thanos a sympathetic villain and give us this story about people are a cancer on the world, and we're polluting and we're bad, and there's not enough resources, and blah, 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 blah. And there's big organizations here on planet Earth in real life now, today, that do that sort of stuff. They're tree-hugging communists. They just hate people, they hate life. They think that people are a cancer on the planet, and they're wrong, by the way, completely wrong. And it just turned the entire thing into stupid. Because the idea is stupid, then that means that Thanos is stupid. And so now the supervillain in your movies, right? The biggie movies for your Marvel in the theater and the money, Disney stuff, right? Is stupid. He's an actual idiot. He's dumb. Because the whole thing is stupid. I want to, kill half of the life in the universe to make life thrive and better for the other half. That's the dumbest dumb. If you know anything about science, if you have any brain cells to put together, if you have more than one brain cell and you can rub them together, then you can get to the space in the brain that is dumb. So now, Thanos is dumb. Your big supervillain of your MCU is dumb. So I was like, I'm out. I'm done. I haven't even seen Avengers Endgame. But I heard it's just basically time travel, trying to undo Avengers Infinity War, whatever. I don't even fucking care. And it was just a completely added-on movie. It was an added-on movie. Just to force a part 2 out of this whole thing. And nothing means anything, right? All these supervillains die, and we even got Black Widow. one of the big sacrifices of the movie, right? Black Widow. She's back. So death doesn't mean anything because they'll just bring him back. It's like they're like horror movies, right? You can't kill Jason. You can't kill the superhero. So now we're into that. And did you hear what they're talking about with Star Wars now? They're talking about doing a thingy thing and undoing the entire trilogy, making it so that it didn't happen. They're going to do a especially jumpy time jumpy thing. I don't know, some mystical Jedi blah 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 that makes the whole sequel trilogy not exist. That's how much they think that they fucked up. They want it to not exist anymore. Because it is one big fuck up. Because all of the movies are crap, including The Force Awakens, and nobody saw it. Because they all wanted Star Wars to be good so bad that they just said that it was good when it was not. It was a shitty movie. It was terrible. It looked pretty. It sounded pretty. It looked and sounded pretty. That's it. So all the little people that were doing all the computery stuff and all the soundy stuff and all of the people twisting the knobs and pulling the levers in their little corners of computer cubicle land, they were doing a great job, but the story was terrible. The whole thing was fucking a disaster. It was a fucking remake. It was a reboot, and it was stupid, and it was dumb, and it was dumb, and it was stupid. That's Star Wars. Well, fucking tell me, you had masterpieces, and then mediocre, which George Lucas did himself. George Lucas is also a victim of being crap at his job, or it's just the machine called Hollywood that he is working within is broken. He could be a genius working in a broken machine, whatever. But those prequels were midi-chlorians and fucking drama and sand in the creeks and the fucking love story and the... I didn't, and just so... Some of it was good. At least, some of it was good. But you could tell, right? The midi-chlorians is atheism. They went from, okay, the Force was 100% guaranteed, do not argue with me. It was religion. It was good and bad. Yin and yang. Religion. The Force. God. Heaven and hell. That was the Force. And then George Lucas went atheist in the prequels. And then he decided to say the Force is midi-chlorians. It's biological. It's in the blood. It's passed down from family to family. It's genetic, biological. But then that becomes racist in modern times, so now it's just anything. Because you can't inherit good stuff from blood, because that would be considered racist today. So this is politics destroying fucking art again. So whatever.
So maybe it's just me. Or maybe, just maybe, the movie industry has been debased to a deluge of detritus, and my viewpoint has some veracity. And I'll tell you why I think this is. The way I see it, there are two main reasons why modern movies are, on the whole, fairly awful.
Okay, so he goes into two major reasons. But I'm really glad at the end of his talk, he says there's many others, but I focused on just two. Me in my own brain right now, I could literally name off dozens. So when he said two, I was angry that he's going to narrow this down to two. But then at the end, he does quickly mention a bunch of other reasons. But He goes through these two really, really thoroughly and really well. There's many other reasons. Nepotism, shaky cam, CGI. But anyway, he's going to go through two of his biggest reasons, and they're both valid, by the way, very valid. And they are big reasons, but there's many more, which he does sort of summarize at the end. However, I need to get back to the topic of the day, which is eating. But anyway, we'll finish watching this.
And those are business and storytelling. For simplicity, I'm going to split this video into these two sections. Let's start with business. First, we need to establish how the movie business has now become an almost perfect engine for producing garbage. Why? Because every element of it is designed to do exactly that. Rather than make something spectacular, the movie industry is inherently inclined to make something mediocre. And more often than not, that's exactly what they aim for, because mediocrity sells. There are several reasons why mediocrity is actually the industry-wide goal. One of the most glaring and absurd is that movies are frequently made for no other reason than to preserve the rights to characters.
Okay, just to preserve the rights. He's going to go into this. And that is intellectual property laws, and I agree. How many movies are made? But the intellectual property problem, the lawyers who were writing law after law after law after law to protect their money, their property, after they write law after law after law, it actually ended up kind of destroying themselves. There's a negative side to all these laws, rules, and regulations. There's a negative side to it. There always is. It's, believe it or not, it could be good for the short-term gain, but in the long term, the DMCA, very, very bad. Why? Because everybody, can you imagine when you're doing a movie, okay, you're doing the movie, and you have to have a team of lawyers around you that know all of the everything. Where did you get that idea from? That looks too much like this thing over here. That, you can't say that because that was said over here. You can't use that because that is the intellectual property of somebody else. You have to do this and you have to not do that. You can say this and you can't say that. This is too much like that. That's too similar. No. That's a copy of this thing and that's that thing. And could you imagine the team of lawyers hovering around a writer's room or a set or something like that, constantly freaking having to adjust and edit and change and edit and adjust just because, just think of this Spider-Man. How much did that cost to get made? Because everybody owns a piece of Spider-Man. So what can we say? What can't we say? What can we do this? Can we not do that? And blah, 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 blah. The confusion of the laws themselves is insane.
Characters are essentially assets that can be utilized by the company, i.e. Disney or Sony, to produce income. If the company does not use the character in a film, the rights to that character often revert, meaning they lose the asset. Ever wonder why there was a Hellraiser movie that was filmed in just 2 weeks, countless Spider-Man reboots, Fantastic Four reboots, or even, insanely, a Jason Bourne movie that didn't actually star Jason Bourne? The studio wanted to put something out to preserve the rights, and in the latter case Matt Damon was busy. So, bafflingly, we got some other guy who wasn't Jason Bourne. Am I the only one who thinks that's insane? These movies are made essentially in the hope that keeping the rights will pay off later down the line.
Just one of the many problems that spawn from intellectual property laws. One of the many.
In the meantime, here's your crappy, half-assed movie. Enjoy. Or not, we don't care. Characters should operate.
Yeah, they don't care. They just they made the movie to just retain. So they're even trying. They know it. They don't care. They're just trying to keep the ownership, because maybe one day it will make money. Maybe one day somebody will give a shit about this property, and then something will happen to it. Because company A sold a thing to company B at one time, long time ago, and then company B made a lot of money out of it. So they don't ever want that to happen anymore. So that's why they, play these games. I mean, there's lots of problems.
As artistic apparatus that aid storytelling, express meaningful emotion, and ultimately add depth to the movie experience, enabling the viewer to connect with it on a more personal level. But today, characters are just base assets that can be monetized. No, actually, it's more than that. Characters are now entire brands. Characters like Batman, James Bond, Harry Potter, or Superman are brands that in and of themselves bring in hundreds of millions of dollars through games, merchandising, licensing, toys, and films. Spider-Man, the most popular superhero in the world, brings in over $1 billion. In other words, these characters are as profitable to their parent companies as Air Jordans are to Nike or the iPhone is to Apple. Think about that for a second. And there's nothing wrong with these characters becoming brands, so long as the quality of the movies doesn't suffer. But it's essential that these brands are kept alive in the public consciousness to keep them earning money and keep those assets profitable. How do you do that? Through a constant bombardment of new, mediocre movies. It's also imperative that these brands, as the ad agency Young and Rubicam declared, become the new religion, which is something I'll leave you to process. But given the vitriol Martin Scorsese was subjected to, I'd say Marvel, at the very least, have been very successful at spawning a devout following. If I'm being cynical, this is no doubt.
And they're not good. Like I explained, Avengers Infinity War. Bloody hell. Again, it's just kind of like that the Invisible Man movie recently. They just took something that was great and then twisted it into freaking left-wing identity politics bullshit. In the case of Infinity War, it was zero population growth, people are the cancer, environmental tree-hugging communists.
Doubt one of the motivations behind the shared universe craze that has gripped movie studios in the last decade. If you take a gamble on audiences responding positively to a brand new character, you can buffer the audience's expectations by inserting an already well-known character brand into the narrative. That way, you get a new and existing audience all in one go, regardless of whether it benefits the story in any way. For example, Batman v Superman was rammed full of tacked-on superhero introductions. Spider-Man 2, not the recent sequel, or the Tobey Maguire one. The other one, no, not the animated one. The one with the guy with the long neck. Yeah, that one. That Spider-Man 2 tried to set up a universe of villains. Tom Cruise's The Mummy tried to set up a universe of monsters. The issue was that none of the producers stopped to think, perhaps we should actually make this one a decent movie. Why? Characters equals asset.
I don't think they know how. That's the truth. I don't think they know how to make a good movie anymore. I think it's all just a bunch of power plays and money and pushing money around and nepotism and I'm a friend of this person, so that means I get the job, and talent or no talent, and all of this blah blah blah. There's so much problems. Are the talented people actually get and maybe like Steven Spielberg is not able to make a good movie. Steven Spielberg has fallen off a cliff. If he can't make a good movie in Hollywood, there's something wrong with Hollywood.
Equals brands, equals franchises.
And do not tell me Ready Player One was a good film. it was maybe a 3 out of 5 stars. It was maybe 2.5. It was mediocre.
Equals money, money, money. But why do all studios these days have to be like this? Why is it always the same regurgitated recipe? Well, movies are an incredible financial risk, complete with thousands of moving parts that are incredibly unlikely to succeed. You can have a great director and great actors, but if the script sucks, you're going nowhere. You can have a great script, but if the marketing blows, you'll get no return, and so on. It's incredibly easy to fail. So Hollywood has become extremely adept at predicting what works and sticking to it. Don't take my word for it, here's Fight Club director David Fincher talking about movie making within the studio system. He said, if you want to make studio movies, you stay in their lanes, which are romantic comedy, affliction Oscar bait, spandex summer, superhero tentpole, moderately budgeted sequel. And aside from how hilarious affliction Oscar bait is, that shows how constricted the largest engine of movie making, the studio system, has become. And more often than not, filmmakers need these kinds of engines or their idea won't see the light of day. Filmmaking is an incredibly expensive art form. Unlike almost all the others, it requires hundreds of thousands, if not hundreds of millions, to see a vision come to life. Where novelists need a vocabulary, persistence, and a word processor, filmmakers need a crew of hundreds and a blank check. So it's completely understandable why most movies end up being samey, repetitive rubbish. They have no choice but to be, from a financial perspective, and if the studio is fronting the cash, why shouldn't they make good on their investment? I'd want to. The poor sod whose original idea the film was, has to let the studio tear it apart and feed it into their brand creation, mass market, money-making machine, because the alternative is that the film doesn't get made. But for the film lovers out there like you and me, we get utter trash year after year. But don't worry, it gets worse, because the market itself has changed, and it's had some ugly consequences. You see, in the past, when it came to film, there was America and a few smaller international markets, but America was by far the biggest single market. If America didn't like a movie, it tended to flop. Now, however, things have seriously changed. China's market size is rapidly on the rise, rivaling America's, and this means one thing. If a movie is going to ensure its financial success, it needs to translate across many different cultures.
And this is something that he reminded me of. A movie has to be sort of generic and plain and ordinary and plain and generic enough that it can translate across all cultures. So it has to be sort of plain and safe and middle of the road and blah and big gray blah blah. There's another reason why, it's just to appease, to, you don't want to offend, you don't want to turn any culture off, right? So you just end up taking off that edge and take off that edge, smooth out that edge, smooth out that edge, smooth out all the edges until you just got like a fucking middle, ball. Nothing ball in the middle of nothing. Because you've smoothed out all of your edges as to not to offend and to be successful everywhere.
This means intellectually,
and many other reasons,
and morally complex, dialogue-heavy plots like There Will Be Blood and Dr. Strangelove aren't ideal, but flashy, special effects-heavy action entertainment with easily translatable, simple themes, i.e. good guys versus bad guys, is the ideal product choice. And the bigger foreign markets get, the more this trend will continue. Most character brands such as James Bond, Spider-Man, and Superman are already established images. You don't need a complex plot to recognize them. You need a Walther PPK, a web shooter, and a red cape. People recognize this image. They're instantaneously pulled into the story and can now kick back, watch a load of stuff blow up, and enjoy the ride. In other words, the brands translate across cultures through visuals alone. Ever wonder why superhero movies are everywhere these days? Because they are simple images with simple themes that anyone of any culture can understand. They won't challenge your preconceptions or improve your life in any way, but they go down as easily as the film equivalent of Big Mac and fries. Bad for your health, but damn does it taste good. How movies are marketed has also become an issue. Social media has changed the game more than ever, with a movie living or dying by how it is received on social media. In a few minutes, everyone can know how much your film stinks, and bad reviews can go viral. In the past, a bad movie could stay hidden long enough to make its returns, relying solely on the revenue from the weekly cinema goer who picks a random movie market. But that market is now all but dead. This has only increased the risk of movie making more than ever, and thus the need for studios to predict and control the outcome is at an all-time high. So today, the first question asked by movie studios is not whether the film is good, but can it actually be sold? But this isn't the long-term definition of sold, it's the short-term definition. That being the opening weekend. Because of how movie financing works, a movie needs to double its costs and grosses to even break even.
He says double the cost in grosses to break even. I don't know where he's getting his thingy things. Where he gets that from. This I would disagree. When I did the math, myself, okay, so I'll show you. Now, just pick a random movie here. Oh my God, Gone with the Wind? Wait a second, Gone with the Wind is number 2? Oh my God, it is too. They sold 93,000 units because they were... That's hilarious. Because they were talking about censoring it. So a bunch of people bought it. Anyway, so Sonic the Hedgehog. Come over here. A budget of 90 million. Okay? And it made 306 worldwide. Forget about this, the home market. So they do the multiplier. Worldwide box office is 3.4 times the production budget. My brain and my calculations and my estimations, and when I went through every piece that I could, every piece of number that I could find across multiple, and in today's world, with the global box office as it is, and how much studios get in return from the box office in different places at different times, and blah, blah, blah. What the number that I came up with, the fastest, quickest, simplest number that I came up was 3.0. 3 times 3. So you need to take the production budget, multiply it by 3. If your number is 3 or greater, good. If your number is less than 3, so 2.9 or below, then that's bad. So very, very simply, you take the production budget, 90 million, you multiply it by 3, which is 270, right? Just round it off, too. You don't worry about details. This is approximate, but 3 times is a good estimate. 2 times, I completely disagree with him on that. I disagree with him on 2 times.
A movie needs to double its costs.
Yeah, I disagree with him on that. It needs to triple it. To break even at the box office alone. There's other ways that the movie is going to make money later on down the road. Okay? Then it's going to be video on demand, and then it's going to all sorts of different places. And then it's going to be sold in DVDs and go to movie channels and all sorts of um, ways after the movie theater for a movie to make money. Okay, many, all sorts. But at the movie theater alone, at the time of movie theater, only movie theater. We're only talking movie theater. For a movie to break even. Now, this could be true throughout the lifespan of the movie. So if it doubles its production budget, it's made enough money, and then when you add in the money that it makes later on, it'll probably go up to an X3, and then you're okay. This could be a break-even point for a movie throughout its entire lifespan, because it'll probably go up to X3 through all of the other stuff, maybe in the first 5 years or first 3 years, first 2 years really, because after 2 years a movie is pretty much dead. It's like a memory. If it's really good, it might live on a little bit or something. I don't know, but actually, it's probably closer to a year. Goes to theaters, and then it goes to VODs, and then you can buy it, and then it goes to movie channels, and then it goes to maybe television is like 2 years down the road, and then it's whatever. But anyway, that could be throughout the entire lifespan. The original lifespan. But at the movie theater alone, only alone, it needs to do a 3.0, a 3 times. So this movie did its job well enough. Like it's not a smash hit or anything, but it did fine. It made money at the box office. At the box office, it made money. Now it's going to continue to make money as it leaves and does its other thingy things. But at the box office, you need a 3.0. So I didn't like it when he said this. This, like I said, this could be accurate when it comes time to the entire movie and you incorporate all of the post-theater money-making activities.
Grosses to even break even. Films cost hundreds of millions to make, plus even more hundreds of millions to market and distribute. A tentpole blockbuster like Iron Man 3, for instance, would have to gross over $750 million just to land on its feet. Spoiler, it did. To make matters worse, movies have a crazy drop-off weekend to weekend, and the vast majority of profits are made on the opening weekend. Sure, occasionally, home runs like Avatar come along that eat weekend grosses over and over and over again. But by and large, movies have a punishingly narrow window of 1 to 2 weekends to see big returns or go bust. So it's essential new movies have the widest appeal possible. That means recognizable characters, simple plots, and not too much dialogue, at least not of the complex or intelligent variety. But there's another reason studios want as much predictable revenue as possible. Today, movies aren't just competing with other movies, they're competing with books, Netflix, YouTube, social media, video games. They're competing with your time and all the other things you have to spend it on. Short-form entertainment such as Instagram or YouTube are eating traditional methods of entertainment alive. Film is no exception. This means you have to sell your audience something you already know they...
That's, like he's saying it in a different way. What I say is that everybody, the value of a movie, the specialness of a movie, is gone. Everybody has a movie theater and a movie studio in their pocket. It's called a cell phone. You can watch any movie ever made, and you can make a movie through that thing in your pocket. You can make a movie, and you can watch any movie ever made, pretty much. You'll be able to figure out a way to get it on your phone and watch it. Streaming service, a Netflix, pirating it, downloading it, whatever. Watching it on YouTube, purchasing it on YouTube and watching it there. So, the value of the movie is over. Like, the specialness of the movie is over. And there's a lot more competition. Like, I'm making a YouTube video right now. You know? There's so much YouTube. There's so much this. There's so much that. And like I said, everybody's, like, you're whipping out your phone and you're watching a movie on break time at your freaking job. At break time, you're watching a movie. You watch another 10 minutes here and another 10 minutes there. Whatever, right? The specialness of this great big grand, and you think about, you rewind the clock. The only place to watch a video was at the movie theater. Then you could watch, it on when it hit television. Then, once, now that the computers are all of the everywhere, and cell phones, there's a fucking screen everywhere showing video. Video is not special. This means that when everybody can make a movie in their pocket, right? Make and watch a movie in their pocket. For you to get $20 out of somebody's wallet, for them to go and see your thingy thing, go out of their way, get out of their way to go watch your thingy thing, it has to be spectacular. It has to be amazing. So that's where the budgets have ballooned out of control, when the competition is all, there's so much competition. Plus, they're competing with themselves from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. Everybody's got a library of video to watch. An infinite library of video. If you've got Netflix or you got YouTube, you've got an infinite library of video to watch. Infinite. Whereas back in time, you spent your 10 cents, 25 cents, whatever, to go see a movie, and when that was it, that was it. When it was over, you left and went home, and that was it for video for you, until you pulled out your 25 cents or 10 cents or whatever to go see a movie again. It's not special. There's lots of reasons for the fall of Hollywood.
They are going to want. How do you know what that is? Well, you simply find something that already worked extremely well in another medium such as books and turn it into a movie franchise, i.e. let's make a movie about the boy wizard. So, to briefly summarise, largely due to the financial constraints of movie making, the need for huge and instant returns, and a modern environment where everything competes for consumers' attention every second, modern filmmaking has become a wellspring of repetitive, trite garbage that pushes whatever talent is in the industry into narrow, predictable, yet marketable storytelling avenues, and then fine-tunes the product for mass appeal mediocrity. One sort of positive side effect is that more and more top talent flees to Netflix and HBO, where they feel more rewarded and creatively free. Which is why the quantity of top quality TV series has skyrocketed over the past 2 decades. But it's a double-edged sword for film lovers, because movie studios are left with second stringers making second string movies, meaning less viewer engagement, which means less money and more crap. And so on. It's a snake eating its...
And the sheer number of streaming services and competition. Everybody wants this money, right? So they just keep, and just take a look at Blumhouse. Just one person. The amount of shit that they make, shit after shit that hits the theaters. So they just keep piling shit on top of people. That's another problem. Crappy movies upon crappy upon crappy upon crappy upon crappy. People just go, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm not going to go anymore. I'm done.
Its own tale. Makes sense? Good. Now, let's move on to storytelling. And this is where everything really falls apart. For a story to have wide-reaching financial success, it needs to be easily understandable. One way to do this is to have it use a simple, familiar story structure that has been proven to work. Though there are exceptions, the vast majority of modern blockbusters can be boiled down to a couple of simple, self-evident, and utterly worthless messages. A team is stronger than an individual. If you believe in yourself, you will succeed. Movies will drape their story in other themes to provide diversity between releases, some of which are worthwhile, but when you really analyse them, they simply repeat these same messages that we've been repeatedly told and have internalized since childhood. We already know these axioms to be true. We don't need 20 movies a year to remind us. Within these overarching themes, writers usually follow predictable 3-act structures that screenwriting experts such as Sid Field have been promoting and making money off for years. There's nothing new here. They're all largely rewritten and simplified versions of Aristotle's Poetics and Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. Whether or not it has any artistic merit is irrelevant. What matters is that it sells. The 3-act structure goes something like this. Act 1. Person is in the ordinary world, feels X, receives invites to adventure or a challenge, leaves the ordinary world. Act 2. Encounters obstacle or enemy, fails multiple times, keeps trying, fails. Things are at their very worst. Act 3. Comes up with a new plan, rallies his strength, overcomes obstacle and or enemy, feels why, returns to the ordinary world, forever changed. If you really think about it, most of Hollywood's output can be boiled down to this structure. Even if they play around with the way the acts are presented or the timeline, it's all there. This, alongside the repetitive childish themes, brings us back to Scorsese's point. What's not there is revelation, mystery, or genuine emotional danger. Nothing is at risk, the pictures are made to satisfy a specific set of demands, and they are designed as variations on a finite number of themes. This is a more intellectual way of saying predictable, meaningless crap. The point is perhaps reinforced when breakout movies like Black Panther come along and are heralded as some sort of divine, seminal achievement. Representation aside, was it? It followed the same simple structure, had the same simple ideas, and any other interesting concepts such as the responsibility of those in power to their brothers without.
The only reason that Black Panther was heralded as a great film is because it was all black. Black. It was black. Oh, it's made the best thing ever. Why? Because there's black people in it. Yeah, but was the movie any good? Yeah, I don't know. Just look at all the black people. Look at all the black people. It's a fantastic movie. So the only thing that you care about is the race of the people in the film? Well, you know, I've not seen a lot of African films because they don't make very many, but I'm sure if you put them in front of my face, then I would have to clap like a seal and call it stunning and brave and beautiful. You know? The more black, the better. Black comic book. Marvel Cinematic Universe is on top, and look at all. Here's a black one. Oh my God, it's the best thing ever. And I'm not exaggerating. Black Panther is considered the best movie of all time on Rotten Tomatoes. And it's a mediocre Marvel crap film. It's a crap film, and it's mediocre. And you know, and if like it's just like the stupidity of Thanos and deleting half of the, if you have a brain and you think about it, it's dumb as hell. It's the same thing with the themes in Black Panther. Really, you have a biggie society, and you're gonna fight to see who's in charge. So it's still down to brawn and not brain. It's kind of racist if you think about it. It's about who's the strongest. He gets to be king. Really? Okay. And then there's we're going to be isolationists, and we're going to be doing our own own isolationists, or are we going to spread our awesomeness? Our awesome. By the way, the only reason why this African country is good is because magic fell out of the sky, right? Magic fell out of the sky, and then that's why these African people got great. That's kind of racist too, eh? And then why didn't they help the people around them? Because they wanted to stay isolationist. But the bad guy wanted to not be isolationist. So he was also a sympathetic villain, right? Killmonger. Right? I mean, if you actually think about it, it's not a good story for Black. Just shut up and just see the black faces and love it. That's what this is about. Just shut up, turn your brain off, look at the black faces and applaud because they're black. Because it's not a morally good story in any way. None of these stories are good. None of them make sense. For God's sakes, the biggest, thing, Avengers Endgame, they can't even explain time travel. You can't even explain it. That's how bad Hollywood is at the moment. The #1 movie in the last, I don't know, since Avatar. And yes, Avatar is still champ. Because once you take in inflation, you don't get to not count for inflation. Okay, you don't get to do that. Why? Because you're an idiot. So that everybody that says Avengers Endgame, every time you read in the newspaper or on the web, the internets, that the highest grossing film of all time was, and by the way, it's not even Avatar, it's still Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind is still #1. It will never be beat. Never. Now, to be honest with you, I don't know how all the other money that Avengers Endgames, for example, made, on the TV and the streaming services and all the rest. I just go by, like the only thing I have to go by is the movie theater. So I can't add up all of the everything. But look, Gone with the Wind is #2 again on the CD sales chart.
Weren't explored in any detail. They were icing on a simple cake, hinting at complexity, but
it's not even simple, it's kind of dumb. Because if you think about any of the elements, like they say that this movie was so stunning and brave, I'm like, what? The only way an African country can become great is if magic falls out of the sky? You consider that a great message for black people? Are smart people not allowed to watch these movies? Or are all the people that love black faces just so stupid that they can't pick up on anything? Really? They can't understand these stories and where they're going? Because it's all so dumb. It's just fucking dumb to the dumb to the dumb.
offering nothing even approaching substance. Don't get me wrong, Some of cinema's greatest movies exclusively use the hero's story, from The Matrix to Fight Club. But in these examples and others, the writers added complexity and depth through intelligent dialogue and unexpected plot devices. A Fight Club especially takes the hero's journey and turns it upside down, so much so that, spoiler alert, the protagonist turns out to be a schizophrenic terrorist leader. What I despise is when writers rely solely on a pre-established structure with little added depth or complexity to make a movie. Yet, this isn't even the worst sin in Hollywood's playbook. No, that award goes solely to one thing: bathos. Forever shall its name be cursed. 18th century poet Alexander Pope coined the phrase bathos in his essay, Peri Bathos, or The Art of Singing in Poetry. Pope used bathos to describe a technique where a poet would suddenly change from serious to trivial for the sake of making the reader laugh, even if it were at the expense of the poem itself. Pope despised this, as he felt it debased poetry and prevented the art form and topic of the poem from becoming something greater and more transcendent. Thank God then that he didn't live to see modern movies, because bathos is their favourite writing tool of all. It's incredible today how many movies, no matter their subject matter, function almost equally or even more so as comedies. They are riddled with jokes, often easily translatable visual gags, as if the writers and directors are terrified that the audience might take their story seriously for a second. One example that immediately comes to mind is in Avengers Infinity War, where Bruce Banner trips over like a Looney Tunes cartoon in what is the build-up to a save the universe or we're all doomed battle. That's like Michael Corleone competing his satanic journey into becoming the new Godfather, only to cap it off with him loudly breaking wind as he renounces the devil. The subject matter is extremely serious, but who cares? Here's a joke. Why is bathos so popular? Because humour sells. More accurately, humour sells better than art. It's a sad truth, but most of your friends and family are much more likely to go see a film if you recommend it to them as, "It was funny, it gave me a lot of laughs, it's a great day out for the whole family," rather than, "The cinematography was exceptional, the acting was moving, and the story was gritty." Cast your mind back to the recent releases you've seen from the Hollywood movie machine.
Think about some of the greatest films of all time. Are they constantly doing the Marvel joke bullshit? Interjecting with the fucking movie? I'm thinking of Lorenzo's Oil or, actually I'm just thinking of that one. I don't think they interjected a laugh even one time. They're having fun with their son, and then their son gets sick, and then it's a serious film all throughout the end. Now, during the credits, it's a beautiful thing. And see, that's something else. When I call something beautiful, a beautiful piece of art, I literally mean it's beautiful. I don't, and during the credits, they talk about Lorenzo's Oil, and then they show photographs of the actual real-world children that benefited from Lorenzo's Oil. You got to see the movie if you haven't seen it. Okay? So, it's a true story. And they weren't cracking jokes. But now, your big blockbuster video or whatever movie is just, no matter what, there always has to be fucking just, I don't know, lightheartedness. Yeah, it's like they're terrified of you taking this story seriously. Like, seriously, you're killing, you're trying to prevent half of the universe from being killed. Are you going to be cracking jokes?
And you'll find it hard not to find examples where bathos is running wild often at the expense of the pathos, that is, the sincerity that evokes pity or sadness necessary to a moving scene. And if you don't believe me, just consider that the average Marvel movie shoots out a joke every 1 minute, 18 seconds on average. Considering that they're the benchmark most other studios want to hit, and that their parent company Disney is replicating their efforts in over 20 movies releasing this year, it's going to be a great year for undercut sincerity and weak emotional integrity. This approach is really nailed home by a quote from Buffy the Vampire Slayer creator and Avengers director Joss Whedon, who said, "Make it dark, make it grim, make it tough, but then, for the love of God, tell a joke." I don't have a problem with humour in non-comedy films. In fact, I love it when it's done with class. But I'm a strong believer that it has to come naturally, or it just doesn't work. And it has to be appropriate to the tone of the scene. Tarantino has a particular knack for this. The opening scene of Reservoir Dogs in the diner is speckled with funny lines, overwhelmingly about dicks and wanting to shoot each other. And it works, because it's just a bunch of criminals shooting the shit over breakfast. Even though they're about to pull off a jewel heist, you can imagine a similar conversation happening in a similar situation with similar people in real life. In Pulp Fiction, when Vincent shoots Marvin in the face, even though they were having a serious conversation about Jules' retirement, the comedy originates from a slip of the finger, an accident, but importantly, it's one that seems completely natural and appropriate to these two low-budget hitmen for hire. The way Vincent says, "Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face," is 100% befitting to his irreverent character, and it doesn't in any way detract from the film's more serious underlying message. Whereas there's nothing more out of place and jarring than protagonists making cheap jokes during an intense knife fight to the death. Let me paint another picture for you to demonstrate how bathos can ruin an otherwise great film. Take 1987's Predator, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's a blockbuster, so it's comparable to today's fare, and perhaps one of the most quotable and beloved action movies of all time. Predator tells the story of a team of commandos who find themselves being hunted and killed by a mysterious alien warrior. The movie is filled with one-liners, little notes of humour and irreverence from the characters early on. But here's the thing, as soon as they start being slaughtered by a mysterious invisible alien, the characters cut that shit out. Just like you, I, or any sane human being would. In fact, one of the most memorable lines from this part of the movie is, "There's something out there waiting for us. And it ain't no man. We're all gonna die." Hardly a side splitter, but entirely appropriate to the new mood and events of the story. This sincerity and adherence to the appropriate tone leads us to take the story and the situation the characters are in more seriously. We see the villain as more of a threat, and it makes the final showdown all that more thrilling. The result? The creature has become an indelible mainstay in popular culture, despite the fact it's only been in one good movie. To hammer this point home, the series was rebooted in 20...
It's only been in one good movie. Okay. I hear what he's saying. Okay? About one good Predator movie. I liked Alien vs. Predator. I didn't love it. It was a stupid popcorn flick, but I think it receives more hate than it deserves. It's not great. It doesn't come close to Predator or Alien or Aliens. I get it. So if I'm doing both of the franchises, I would say, I don't know. I haven't seen Alien 2, or if I have, it's been a long time. Or I think Predator 2. I think Predator 3... I think that was Predators, and then Predator 4 was the Predator, but then the AVP and AVP2 was in there. Okay, so I think there's 6 total. I'm not looking it up. And to say that there's only one good one, I heard from some people that Predator 2 is actually better than, I don't know. Some people have said that it's worth a watch. And I don't know if that's true or not. I can't. If I have seen it, I can't remember. And AVP, I think I would raise it to the level of good. That's it. Just good. Not great, not excellent, not a masterpiece. So I would give it a 3 out of 5 stars, maybe. AVP. I enjoyed it. It was a fun ride. And I thought that it was kind of believable. It's a little stupid, but, you know, the setting up this, and, the black girl as the superhero. Even one time she picks up the phone and she's like climbing up the ice ledge, and she like lifts up one of her arms to actually answer the phone as she's climbing up the ice ledge. No, that's not going to happen. So, but like it was a dumb, fun action flick. It wasn't smart, but it wasn't. It's not super dumb. I thought it was okay. What I'm saying is it just receives more hate than I think it deserves. It deserves some hate, but not too much. Okay? So I would disagree. And like I said, I've heard that some people like Predator 2, and that it's other people have said, I've heard people say, I don't know if it's true or not, the same thing about Predator 2. But Predators and The Predator, both trash, for sure. And AVP 2. Everybody agrees on those three.
2018, filled with inappropriate bathos and irreverence from the characters throughout, and was a commercial and critical failure. Go figure. Even when Hollywood is shown in consumer trends that bathos isn't necessary to succeed, they try it anyway. Can you imagine if in Titanic, Kate Winslet, listening to Leo DiCaprio's frozen, impassioned final words, told him to chill? I don't think it would have quite the same effect. The conclusion from this is that not only are movies simplistic and repetitive, but they're devoid of the necessary resonance to make them achieve any kind of meaning or engagement. Sure, you might enjoy the spectacle, you might even enjoy the jokes, but at what cost? Because there's little more damaging to the art of cinema than bathos and the abusive reliance on repetitive themes and structures.
See, he's introduced some things to me, but I have a lot of things in my head as to the reason why the Hollywood machine is broken. But
except perhaps how politically minded executives are cramming so-called progressive political agendas into movies, but that's a whole other topic. On that note, all I have to say is, if you have an agenda, don't shoehorn it in at the expense of the story. Anyhow, Ricky Gervais is already doing an absolute sterling job of making a laughingstock out of the woke Hollywood elite, so I don't have to. I could also drone on about CGI versus practical effects, but I won't, because the story comes first. The Orcs in Peter Jackson's...
Well, okay, so there is a lot of problems with CGI. A lot of problems. And you can say that the story is more important, and I agree, but I'm going to give you an example. CGI, bad CGI can literally ruin a film. The Thing is one of the best films of all time. Practical effects, John Carpenter, number one of all of the everything, for sure. And the prequel remake called Thing or The Thing or something, I think it was just called Thing, 2011, I believe. They set up some things in that film that could have been amazing. They shouldn't have had a woman. They should have kicked her to the curb. It should have been all men again. And there was some stuffy stuff. But you could tell that there was elements of genius in the making of that film. But when they decided to cover up the practical effects, with CGI, that's when it all ended. There was some parts in that film that were really stupid and stuff, but the worst part of the film was the CGI. You are going to transform the world's greatest practical effects, probably masterpiece. There might be some others that are up there. Jason and the Argonauts, Clash of the Titans. You know, there might be some others up there. I'm not going to say the best, but one of the best for sure. To a CGI mess? Are you fucking kidding me? There's every CGI moment, and the problem is that the CGI moments start right at the beginning. And it's so incredibly obvious, and it's so it's like an insult. It's a kick to the balls of the original The Thing movie. And I don't know what else to say about it. If they would have stayed practical, I think it would have been a good movie. It could have been a 3 out of 5. If they just deleted, but as it is, the CGI fucking ruined the movie. What little good there was going on, you know, you replace, and that CGI face thing at the end, the boss monster, it wasn't just bad, it was beyond bad. And then, you know, like there was another scene where Chicky Poo was hiding in a cave and the Thing was after her, and it couldn't reach, the Thing couldn't reach her. Are you fucking kidding me? This alien that can turn into whatever it wants to turn into couldn't reach her in the cave. It knew that she was in the cave. It was actually kind of close, really close to her as it was, but it just wasn't quite long enough. The tentacles of the Thing wasn't quite long enough. You're kidding me, right? The Thing that can turn into anything couldn't reach her in the cave. And again, it shouldn't have been a girl. But whatever. Right? Just more shittiness on top of shittiness. It's just a good example of, you know, crap of Hollywood crap. And so CGI can be extraordinarily all of these things, you could talk about each of these elements forever and ever, because they all sort of branch and overlap. It's all part of the Hollywood machine. I look at it as a broken machine, and it spits out shit. Once in a while, it kind of spits out random. It's like a monkey at a typewriter. They say eventually, if you let him type long enough, he'll create Shakespeare. Just random letters typing. That's kind of like Hollywood. You're just waiting for the randomness of Hollywood to fucking create genius. And it looks like they're just going to double down with all the identity politics and the bullshit. So it's over.
The Hobbit may have looked like rubber sex toys, but at least it was redeemed by Tolkien's timeless story and Martin Freeman's acting. Because whether you like it or not, stories are a form of communication. And they are, in some way, shape or form, edifying. They are trying to teach you something valuable. But what do most modern movie stories teach us? The answer is absolutely nothing. They're shallow fun that goes nowhere and leaves you with nothing of value. Sure, it might feel like a rush to see the Avengers band together to defeat the villain as Alan Silvestri's music swells. But what are you left with? What did you feel? What did you think? Or were you just left wondering what will happen to these corporate brands next? This isn't to say you can't make a large budget blockbuster interesting. The Dark Knight is about resolving who you think you are versus who you need to be. The Empire Strikes Back is about how the evil we see within others is just as much inside us. The Lord of the Rings is about how meekness, sacrifice, and brotherly fellowship can overcome the vices of power and greed. We can't help but be affected by these themes when they're well told, as they are in these examples. But most modern movies don't do this. They're just commercials for the next revenue-generating Insert studio brand here, adventure. They're promoting a brand that once popular enough.
And by the way, they've destroyed all of their brands. Terminator is dead. Birds of Prey is dead. Like they just keep killing. They're killing them off. Predator is dead. Everything is dead. Aliens is dead. All of these franchises. Last year killed them all. Men in Black is dead. Just you name it, it's dead. I don't even know if Will Smith is going to be able to make another cop movie, right? Bad Boys movie. Because cops are now racist.
Once enough people have been to the cinema and experienced, as Scorsese said, a visual theme park ride, they can be turned into an actual theme park ride that can make even more money. So skip your next trip to see Avengers Part 10 and go and read War and Peace instead. You'll get much more out of it. Thanks for watching. Unfortunately, I don't have a blockbuster budget, so if you enjoyed this video then please consider supporting me on Patreon to help me to continue to make these videos. You'll find a link in the description. Also, you could get your hands on a first edition signed copy of my new book, Stick a Flag in It, by heading on over to Unbound Publishing, the link's in the description, and pre-ordering your copy today. Thank you.
Okay, so, that's a video that I found after our conversation yesterday. And there you have it. Now I'm going to get back into today's topic. We're supposed to be talking about food. Okay, I want to start with some street food. No major I certainly will not be clicking on a BuzzFeed anything. I don't know. I don't want to click on large corporate. I just want, something like this. Okay, let's do that. That looks like a normal person. Beef. This is... this makes me happy. Oh, Jesus. Hey? I should have stayed in the restaurant industry. I really should have. I just think it's such a great, I would have loved to have done a food truck for life. It's too late now. I'm too old. Well, maybe not. But anyway, just a food truck, just do one thing really, really great, like this, and just go, look at all that fucking mountain of meat.
Grazie mille.
Allora, quale veste vuoi? Vitello e maiale?
I don't know how vegans live with themselves, to be honest. Now, I'm not huge on meat. I'm not a massive meat person, but I certainly, like some. I think that we gotta, put it into moderation. I think everything in moderation, right? But I could never say goodbye to meat. It's like self-torture being a vegan. But that should go to show you how dedicated these leftists are to their ideology. They'll even suffer themselves. They'll torture themselves. Well, just think of the tranny stuff. Just to be cool and like a fad with the tranny stuff, they'll cut off body parts. Just to be cool. That's dedication, folks.
Caffè quale? Questo? Sì, grazie. Perfetto. Come è fatto così? Perfetto, piatto. Se in caso volessi delle salse, sulla stessa.
Never vegetable, only the body.
What is that, gnocchi? And what kind of a fucking weird boat container thing is that?
They are fake monks anyway.
Never vegetable, only the body.
I do love sausages. Speaking of sausages, I want to watch this, so you're going to have to put up with me. I'm going to go put some on. I'm not joking. Just put it on really low in case I get forgetful. Oh, damn. Oh, beans. Oh my god, pork and beans. Oh my god. But man-style pork and beans. Good lord. Sliced. Mussels. Seafood.
So I told her.
Aí ela alugou a casa. Cara, são...
Yeah, ready.
Della. Damn. It's fucking huge. Who's gonna eat that much dessert? My lord. You know, I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but that amount of food is holy crap. Like that amount, that's like a whole family. You got to cut up that into. It's like giving somebody an entire cake to eat.
They are fake monks anyway.
Però mettimelo grosso, Pinello, è un pinello.
Prego, vedete pure. Perfetto.
Oh my god, I've never seen so much fucking meat in my life. Damn.
Donne ragazzi, eccola!
So this isn't one spot, this is many spots. This is the meat lovers section of the fair, or it's a meat lovers fair. What is this? The best and biggest world street food festival in Europe. In Italy. Italians. Fucking Italians and their food. Love them. Love those fucking wops in their food. I don't know if wop is a really bad word or not. I said it lovingly. I hope that's alright, but I don't know what that is. It looks like a piece of the animal that I would never voluntarily eat, or something that in my world would go into the cat food. Brown up the flavor with some relish. Oh my god! Dip the entire bun, top bun, in the juice. In the watery juice of the whatever. Whoa. Never thought of doing anything like that, even close to that. You know, like, I guess in a stew or something like that, you would, like a big hunk of bread and dip it in, right? You know, dipping, you know, or in a chili, you're dipping stuff into, but it's more like gravy stuff.
Sì, è lì, in terra, vicino alla scarpa di tomato.
Potatoes. Sticky. I've never liked roasted pig.
Sulla postazione si apre il prezzo.
Solo calidad.
Miješano, sve malo. Gdje su zemlje? Maxi grilling, živjerci, tješ bjerca, ne? To je to, već. To je kako.
I'm starting to get really hungry. So for breakfast, I'm cooking up a whole pack of sausages. I won't eat them all, of course. Breakfast sausages, and then I'll have a couple of eggs and some toast. Sausage, eggs, and toast. Ice and fruit sorbet. A lot of animals were injured in the making of this video. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Really good job there. Oh, bread. Wow. That was so cool. I was like wondering what. I thought it was going to be like a pasta. Right? Cuts this stuff into strips. Wow, and then it turns into bread. Getting his groove on.
Allora, quale queste vuoi? Vitello e maiale?
That's Asian. I think they stole that. That's an Asian pancake. I think it's either that or Asian stole it and fucking dominated with it. That's an Asian pancake.
Sì, grazie.
Perfetto. Come è fatto così? Perfetto, piatto.
Ah, se in caso volessi delle salse, sulla salsa.
A crate.
Never valuable, only the police. Only the
Yeah, ready. That's nice. They are fake monks anyway.
Never valuable, only the police.
Past. I'm telling you, you gotta eat a hell of a lot of past. Tomatoes, flour, meat. Probably the biggest things. Maybe flour first. Flour, some meat. Tomatoes. In Canada, put a D here. Potatoes, maybe not.
So I told this.
Aí ela alugou a casa. Cara, são...
Yeah, ready.
We saw this. I think they're starting to repeat themselves. We already saw that. Best huge street food festival in Italy. No, we just watched that. I don't want compilations. Just little individual ones. About. I want to go to Asia. Just something simple. Not everything has to be like, oh, I already started watching it. That stuff over there, that stuff, it's like some type of bready pasta that they just sit in this juicy flavored water. Hot. It's hot. And it just sits there and sits there and sits there, and I guess it doesn't fall apart. So it's like a pasta that doesn't overcook. It's either that or they've measured, they know, how to get it eaten up in time. I don't know. But it's like this flatbread that they just sort of fold up, and then they put it on a skewer, and then they dunk it in this flavored, broth or something. And it's very common. I don't know what it is. And cabbage. Oh, they eat so much cabbage. Cabbage is like their number one thing. They add to everything. Cabbage and all of this stuff. Cabbage, cabbage, cabbage. They add like a little bit of carrot or a little bit of onion or something like that for like variations, but you're going to see so much cabbage. Cabbage, 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 cabbage in Korea. And this is like some breadstick. That's common too. Or butter stick. It's just like a thing of butter that is made for this street food stuff that they just like literally, grease up the grill with, by passing it around. It's like some type of a salami. What do they call it? Just add the eggs into the cabbage. like a salami or a bologna or something. So the cabbage is the vegetable. And hey, cabbage is a good vegetable. It's raw, it'll be warmed up, it'll be slightly cooked, so it's going to be very tasty. You got the little carrots and, I guess purple cabbage and for color. Just pretty it up a bit. Sounds good to me. I've never had like a cabbage and eggs, but this is really common over there in Korea. I would love to just shred up some cabbage, and then you can get, now to think about it, you know what you do? You buy the coleslaw, because you don't want a whole cabbage. Well, maybe if you got a big family or something, and you want to make some coleslaw as well or something. But that's one of the reasons why I've stayed away from cabbage. It's just too much. Like a whole head of cabbage is like, I'm a single guy living by myself, and that's be the only thing that I'd be able to buy. Like that'd be the only vegetable I'd be able to buy, because I only go shopping once a month, and it would take me a month to get through it. Hopefully it would last to the end of it. But before it goes off, I would, cook it up and put it in the freezer somehow, right? What you could do is buy one of those coleslaw packets. It's already shredded with the little bits and bobs in it. And it's a small amount. But it tastes really gross, but that's because it's really dehydrated. So just soak it in water. And then you could add it to eggs and make some sandwiches. And that could last a couple of days. Maybe just keep the eggs in their shell until you're ready to eat it. But I think I might try next time. Buy a package of, like a little packet of shredded coleslaw stuff. Soak it in water for a bit to rehydrate it, or at least what I'm going to use. And then add some eggs and make some sandwiches. Just try this. I don't know why they needed the fried egg as well. And they grated it, so it's not like they're looking for a soft yolk. You already got more than enough egg in with, that. I don't see the purpose of an extra egg on top. If you wanted more egg, just... I don't know. See, like they're breaking it. It's not like they wanted soft yolk. ketchup or a hot sauce. The slice of cheese, no thank you. I'd like to know what that seasoning powdery stuff is. Hopefully it's not like just all salt. That's way too much. I'd really like to know what that powder is. And I'd say no to the ketchup, if that's ketchup. Japanese street food. Oh, I've seen this one. Seen this one too. Haven't seen this one. Massive making rambly burger. Actually, watch one that I've already seen because I gotta go make my breakfast. I'll be back. Decided to there's a lot of grease in that pan, and it's good from the sausages. So I decided, screw it, let them make a pancake first. Right? You would think that you would just put out all of the... Anyway, there was too much grease in the pan, so I decided to fry some potatoes up in that good grease. And then I'll just scramble some eggs and add it to the potatoes. So it'll be scrambled eggs and potatoes cooked in sausage grease. It's weird how you put that. You think you just dump a bunch out. And then smooth it out, but now you've seen why you would do that. Making a little nest, cracking an egg in. Just straight up cabbage, freshly cut though. They got a cutter over there in the corner. I believe I've seen it. Because they go through so much. Instead of buying it pre-shredded, they shred it themselves. They've got a machine that just sort of constantly slices it. Obviously got more good at cracking eggs. Eggshells are good for stuff too. You know, like if you were going through this many, I'd rather slap or check out let the right one in. Here's a reason you're wasting YouTube, getting yourself worked up for nothing. I think, yeah, okay. Let the right one in. I'm not a huge fan, and but every Tuesday is, you know, like I got a schedule. Check it out on my website. Every Tuesday is horror, and I'm actually going to get back to horror again, but it's very specific. I have different plans for each day. Stream is different. You can tune in and tune out. Tomorrow is going to be comedy, and then we're back to horror for 2 nights. Oz Night is technically this. It's going to take a while to get going, but we're making the horror movie. And then let's play horror games. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 14 are horror related. That's enough. Right? That's a lot of horror. It's because that's what I'm interested in. But let the right one in. I saw one of them. I can't remember which one I saw. There's Let Me In or Let the Right One In. I forget which is which. But I liked it. I didn't love it like other people did. I think this is one of those films that got more praise than it deserved. But I just chalked it up to, I'm not really much of a vampire person. And I don't know. It was good. I liked it. But today it's supposed to be all about food. Look at that. Look at this is so interesting. So he's gonna make them. You'll see how this works too. They got 2 grills. He's making this. He's doing this. No, I didn't. I was too tired. I started streaming too early and I was too tired. My voice was gone. I was tired and I just needed to relax for a little bit and then I went to bed. I started streaming too early. That's why I don't have the times on anything. I'm gonna put the times in later on. I'm gonna see. I want to work a maximum amount, but yeah, no, I couldn't. And to be honest with you, it's after you left, it kind of sounded like a bad idea. I didn't want to do it, so I didn't, and I just said goodbye. It's and I already broke up yesterday's into 2 parts. So again, I'm just getting Rocket Seeds part 1 and part 2. So I'm just getting started. I'm just figuring out how much I can work without freaking myself out. I have to kind of go with how my body feels. Like, it's a lot of sitting here talking for 8 hours. Is a lot. And today we're talking about food. We're doing the food thing. That's such a cool thing. And it's just pancake. Well, great big grill. Pancake. Cabbage and an egg. Super simple ingredients. Yeah, I've never seen that one. Magnificent. Oh, wait. Yeah, that was Quentin Tarantino. I guess in that film, they broke the guitar, and they thought it was a prop, but it wasn't. It was a super, super, mega, mega, mega expensive guitar. And the person who loaned it to the movie people said he's never going to do that again from the museum. The movie people are too irresponsible with everything that they touch. Don't ever, and sure he got the value out of it back, but there's more than just a dollar sign attached to some things. And yeah, he was. I guess he was really pissed off. But anyway, it was good. I'm not a huge Quentin Tarantino fan. Sometimes I like his stuff. Again, I'm all horror. So I would say one of his favorites for me is, I guess Pulp Fiction, because it's the iconic one. And then From Dusk Till Dawn. Oh, Magnificent Seven. Yeah, that's them all going to the cabin in the woods in the middle of the blizzard or something, isn't it? Oh yeah, you're right. I don't think I've seen Magnificent Seven. He's got a lot of numbers in his movies. Ah, shit. I wanted to... Yeah, I heard something about that. And it's shocking. Once you actually go into all of the everything, it's shocking. Even Star Wars was a ripoff. Have you ever heard that? Star Wars was a ripoff. It's shocking how many but Star Wars was also ripped off. Flash Gordon. Come on. No, the actual movie. There was a movie. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, but... There's a lot of cross-culture. For a long time, back in time, Italy, all they were ripoffs. That's it, ripoff. Ripoff. Every movie was a ripoff of a Hollywood production. Everyone. Or almost everyone. Everybody does it. It's easier to just steal an idea than to make your own. What the hell? Oh, let's see. Let's go ruin it. The Hidden Fortress. Yeah, okay, there you go. Hey, you're a handy guy to have around. What is that, mayonnaise, you think? Yeah. What's your favorite food? Mine is a hamburger. Although I really like breakfast, like just a breakfast, bacon, eggs, sausage, whatever, ham, just breakfast. Chopsticks. I even eat that with chopsticks. I'd like to know what that sauce is. I got this in the right category, right? How to, right? How to in style. I didn't think you subscribed to me. How did you find me again? Maybe popcorn. You want to know something? Well, I worked in an all-in-one store. It was a little bit of everything. It was the craziest thing you've ever seen, but it was very small. And it had a popcorn machine in it, along with everything else. It was an all-in-one convenience store. It was a deli, it was a burger place, it was a bakery, it was a convenience store, it was a gas station, it was a movie store. It was everything all wrapped into one. So I made that popcorn, and you can buy a popcorn maker if you wanted. I know you're just kidding, by the way, but but at home, I just buy popping corn and I make my own. I can make a bowl of popcorn faster than, speaking of corn, I can make a bowl of popcorn faster myself than a bag of, pre-made popcorn. And it's much better, too.
물을 옮길게요.
The bacon's not cooked enough. What the fuck? That's a lot of fucking sauce.
Okay.
That's a store-bought, like, frozen hash brown, isn't it? So that's breakfast. Ooh. That was a bit, I don't know. It was alright. Oh, today would be nice. They certainly like those egg square container things. This doesn't really seem much like street food. It's like restaurant food. More of this, I don't know, cheese sauce? And that corn thing again with the eggs. I like things like sausages and mock chicken, and I like fake meat, but bologna I can't do, or spam. There are some that I just don't like.
너무 싼 거 아니에요? 그 커피 하나, 햄치즈하고 스페셜 하나.
네, 햄치즈 2,600원.
그냥
Butter and herbs or something. Oh, pickles. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, no pickles for me, thanks. I'd try it though. I'm not stuck up at all about food. Like, I'm not super picky. Like, it has to be something really crazy for me to just outright say no. Like, sure, I have preferences. I'm a very Western person. Sliced cheese is just such a they use it a lot over there. I don't like it. Just grate some cheese and have it in like a little container. Is that my cat?
여보세요? 예? 아, 포장 주면 되냐고요? 예, 말씀하세요. 예, 햄치즈 하나가. 김치를 포테이토 하나 하고 햄치즈 하나요? 예. 한 10분 있다 오세요.
That undercooked bacon really is driving me bananas. That is the rice cake. Not cheese, is it? Yeah, I like my bacon crispy for sure. I'm not super picky about it, but that looks really underdone. That's an interesting way to spread. So many Kraft cheese slices. Those things, especially melted, taste like plastic. Don't get me wrong, I buy the cheap cheese, but it's a block of cheese. Like, I don't have the money for the super expensive cheeses. And they're a nice treat, the super expensive cheeses, once in a while. But I don't buy it. Too rich for my blood. But, yeah, I can't do cheese slices. I don't even, God. Like, maybe a grilled cheese sandwich? Just because it's kind of all greasy and slimy. I don't know, I just don't like it. Don't like it. And in these breakfast sandwiches, it's like every single one has got a slice of cheese on it. Maybe it's different over there. Maybe it tastes better. The hash browns in the sandwich is not something that you... It's interesting because I just thought about this a little while ago. I've seen it happen, like in just people's whatever normal life, but I've never actually seen it formally in a restaurant. I was thinking just the other day of like a McDonald's French fry going on top of the burger, but officially. So you got the burger and say cheese and, you know, I don't know what else. What toppings? I guess ketchup. I don't know what toppings you could have on a burger with French fries on the burger. But I was just thinking about that the other day. French fries on the burger as a topping. Now you'd have, you know, and there you go. There's you know, hash browns on the burger. Or on the breakfast sandwich. I try to give every video I watch that I like a thumbs up. I think it's just courteous. I've got ad block. I would like to select the ads that I see and the ads that I don't like. Sometimes I go to a website and they ask me to turn it off. And I do turn it off. I'll give you an example. I turn it off, and then they blow my face off with frickin' ads. I mean, it's not even just a little bit. Like, here's one. Bounding into comics. Right? I'm like, okay, well, this is normal. But I'm like, I want to help support them. I don't mind, you know, like I like the blah, 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 blah. Want to help. So I turn off ads. All right? I have to do it two times. And then, look. Okay, so down at the bottom, down the right, and now a squirt there. Oh, actually, this isn't too bad. Normally, let me just click on something. Normally, it's much, much worse. She shared death threats, probably that she got from some of her stupid friends, so that they could help her become a victim. See, this is what I'm talking about. You know, it's one thing to say yes to frickin' ads, but are you just going to bombard me with them? If it was a couple of ads, fine. And then now you're going to say, well, if you were to turn off your ad blocker, then we wouldn't need to fucking bombard so much. And I say, bullshit. You've been doing this crap. See, look, page unresponsive. Just because of frickin' ads and shit. Blow my face off with fucking ads. Why don't you stop being so stupid and stop blowing people's faces off with the fucking ads, and then maybe they won't mind keeping the ads on. You blow my face off with the ads, then I turn them off. So you get nothing. That's not my problem. It's the same thing with TV. Blew up the television with ads in my face, so I turned it off, and I never turned it back on again. Zero television in my life. Zero. And once again, I wish YouTube would have a little clicky right over here. And so I could say, yeah, show me ads from this YouTube channel. Or don't show me ads. Seriously, make it voluntary. I'll turn on the ads, or I'll turn them off. You know, I could, you know, maybe you go default on, right? Maybe you go default on, but then you can turn them off because you put way too many ads in my face. You're shoveling fucking ads in my face way too goddamn fucking much, more than I can handle. So, and by the way, if you're going to force me to watch all those ads, if you're going to shovel fucking ads like that in my face, guess what? I turn it off and say goodbye to it forever. So, take your pick. Soba noodles is interesting. See, these are all breakfast things. What have we got there? Bread making techniques? Seriously, don't overdo the fucking ads. If you do it, then I just turn them off. It is a balance, and you should know. If you got a website, is it now unenjoyable? Have you made a mess of your website with the ads? If the answer is yes, you have too many. If the answer is no, then you're okay. It's as simple as that. It's not rocket science, folks. What the hell is that? This is supposed to be bread making techniques? Parchment paper?
물케이크예요 이거. 아 물케이크. 네.
Oh, that's quick, eh? I make my own bread, but through a bread maker. Well, not all the time, sometimes. Normally, I wait until I run out of sliced bread.
커피예요. 커피.
뭐 커피?
예.
I don't like to see these masks. It's a terrible thing. I guess cake batter. But they said it was bread. Didn't they? Yeah, bread. One thing I will say about the friggin' Asians is they're fat like we are. Okay, this is some sort of cake. It's not bread.
정씨.
Updates. My goodness. friggin' cutting up friggin' paper like that? That's brilliant. Something different about this. Okay. I love systems and sort of organization and just, you know, planning it out and being able to work with people that understand, you know, just now I'm doing, you can see that I'm about to do this work and I'm going to need help, so I need you to be over here. You know, stuff like that. Just everybody sort of on the ball. Some almonds.
그거 반은 2,000원이고요. 그거는 큰 거는 4,000원이에요.
See, it kind of makes me mad. Like, he's using his hands, which I have no problem, but he should also not have his face covered up. Like, so I'm assuming that that's just chocolate. They just add the chocolate sauce to the whatever, to the batter. Oh, wait. Oh, they're different color. Oh, cupcake. Just to denote that it's chocolate. And let the customer know that it's chocolatey. Like I said, I have no problem with them using their hands. None. I just wish that I could see his face. That's all. I can see his mouth. His cheeks. I hate this. And people are buying into it and they're fucking retarded. It just goes to show you how fucking goddamn stupid people are wearing those goddamn masks for the fucking and everyone that wears it is just an evil, stupid idiot that needs to fucking shut up and go away and just, oh my god, they deserve to live in slavery. I mean, if you're gonna be that stupid, you can't use your fucking brain, you're gonna live in a fucking gulag. Take off the fucking mask. It's evil. Wanna see? Check out website. Today would be nice. Today would be even nicer. Like now, how about that? It's my blog post. It's easy to spot stupid, evil people these days. They're all wearing masks. And I don't, these are leaders, but I don't care. all of the everyone wearing a mask is stupid and evil. And you deserve to have zero freedom. You're going to live in a fucking prison camp, and you're going to be poor and starving, and your kids are going to die, and I don't care. Because you're an idiot. Wow. This is kind of an all-dressed, the multi. That's weird. Everybody fucking wear a mask. Are they trying to play nice for the camera? Hopefully. But I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And then it becomes the norm. And then you become a stupid, evil dumbhead. Empty out your head into the trash, because that's where it belongs. If you're wearing a fucking mask. Who do you know who's died? Nobody. Nobody knows anybody who's died. 0 people. It's all bullshit. But you're too stupid to see it. Drives me fucking crazy. And by the way, I do think that because this one was too mild, they're planning on another one. Another one is they're going to release makey from ground 0 up, make it. They're going to make another virus to, you know, to replace this one because this one was too mild. Imagine how good it smells in there. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's leaving the wrap on? What do you think? Lemon? I think lemon.
네, 고기는 따로 50원 한가요?
remember seeing them cook this. But that, we call them, we had logs, and I used to eat this jelly roll. My mom used to go to this place every time for shopping when I was a small, microscopic child. And there was a cafeteria in between the grocery store and the department store. Towers in Food City, if you remember those. That's a long time ago. And we used to go into this cafeteria, little spot. It was like super mega cafeteria. Cafeteria, period. I don't know if the employees went to eat there. They may have. But it was literally like one woman behind this counter of cabinets and cabinets and cabinets, and, like a plate with a slice of pie on it. Like literally cafeteria. And I loved it. And there was some pinball machines and some arcade machines across on the other side of this hallway. There was a middle spot between the grocery store, Food City, and the department store, Towers, not to be confused with Tower Records. Towers, a big department store. And in the middle, there was the washrooms and the cafeteria and a big empty space for that had a couple of arcade machines in it, 25 cents a piece. And yeah, I used to enjoy that. So I'd get my little slice of jelly roll. It's just like a little sponge cake rolled up with some jam on it. And that's what I got every single time. That and some type of a drink. Lord. Icing sugar. Another thing about Asians is they oftentimes just don't have groceries. They buy their groceries every day. No joke. Like in China, most of them don't have refrigerators. They go out to the market, or the elderly woman goes out to the market, buys the groceries for the day or for the meal, and then goes home and cooks it, prepares it. So fresh eating is a big, like you could say that we eat out at restaurants a lot, and we do. But when we eat at home, like once in a while, like when I lived in a big city and you're surrounded by food places, once in a while I'd pick something. I never ate at home. I never ate at home. I was always in a restaurant, always. Even if it was just a fast food restaurant, I was always in one. I never ate at home.
이거는 아몬드 머핀.
아, 머핀이요, 머핀?
네. 컵케이크 아몬드 머핀 600원.
요것도?
네, 이거는 초코.
초코.
By the way, sometimes I throw some cocoa and extra sugar in a loaf of bread, and it's chocolate bread with chocolate, like I said, extra sugar and some cocoa. And flour, water, bread yeast. What else? A little bit of salt. I think that's it. What do you think that is? Some candy sugar water or something? That was the multi, a little bit of everything. Yeah, serve it in that. Why not? Oh, and chocolate. So really, as far as extra toppings on this side, it's just that strawberry juice, whatever, chocolate chips and almonds, I think. Wow. Isn't that impressive? Wow. I'm so impressed. I really like the way that they're reusing the cooking parchment paper too to help mold it into the circle, the log. Yeah, it just comes straight out of the oven. I don't know what this liquid is. It's some sort of buttery oil or something. And yeah, they're just, as soon as it comes out of the oven, get it into that log right away. And you don't really want to be touching the cake itself. That's the rolling pin. Their rolling pins are different than ours. Rolling pin, and just use the old the cooking thing. That's a great idea. Down to a fine science, that is.
언니 이거 우유 썰어달라는 거죠? 네, 우리 다 그런 식으로 썰었을 때 요거
I wonder why they're wrapping this one up and they didn't wrap the other one up. Oh, there you go, one of each. So the sort of plain with almonds, chocolate with chocolate chips, I guess just plain round, chocolate roll with chocolate sprinkle, and just pretty, right? I wonder what they do with the ends. They probably save it for something. I doubt they throw it out. What would you do with that? You'd have to like. Honestly, I think what I'd do is I just put it all into a bowl and then get a scoop of it, like a handful, and then just turn it into a ball. Smash, 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 smash it into a ball. Roll it in some icing sugar and then sell it. Either that or just put it out for samples. That looks pretty as hell. And I think I think they're wrapping it in that plastic just to make it super shiny and super pretty. But if you just wanted a single little bite, there you go. Amazing waffle with whipped cream. Damn. Art of making soba noodles. Korean cafe vlog. Mayo food. They really like their soufflés down there too. Ooh, London. Macaroon. Waffles with, oh, look at that waffle. Damn. Let's check it out. Oh. They don't fill those bags. Cutting off the tip like that is kind of telling me that they buy them like that. I hope they make them at home or something. Because all that is whipped cream. You just take cream and whip it. Buying it would be so expensive. I don't know if they are cutting those strawberries small enough.
네. 저희 딸기 바나나 했는데 이거 코코넛 과자 네 봉지 만원 맞죠? 이거까지 같이요. 네, 저거 챙겼어요 과자는. 네네네. 17,000원. 네.
It looks interesting, but that's way too much sweet for me. I don't have a sweet tooth at all. I don't know what it is. I don't have a sweet tooth, and that just doesn't look appealing at all.
언니 저거 밖에 연두색 봉지 있거든요. 거기 몇... 아 담으셨어요? 안녕히 가세요. 네, 잠시만요.
Chocolate sprinkles.
저게 뭐예요? 한 번 도와드릴게요. 코코넛 쌀과자예요. 쌀과자. 가져가서 드셔 볼까요? 감사합니다. 맛있게 드세요.
하나에 4,000원이요. 죄송해요. 제가 아이스크림을 퍼가지고. 한 가지밖에 못 해요, 제가. 얼마 드려야 돼?
아니, 괜찮아. 아이스크림 하나 하신 거죠? 4만 원 드리면 돼요. 여기 옆에 보시면은
오리지널 와플이에요. 버터크림이랑 사과잼이랑 크런치도 있어요. 여기 옆에 보시면 그림이 있어요. 이게 메뉴판이 있어요.
맛있게 드세요. 초코초콘 하나요.
얼마예요?
잠시만요.
That looks like corn. Is this one of the savory ones instead of the sweet?
안녕히 가요. 사장님. 뜨거워요.
That's seems a little better. I don't know what that spread stuff is, but
여기 있어요. 맛있게 드세요.
I like the he bowed, eh? Thank you. That's like in Canada we're so polite, but we say the politeness, and in a lot of cool Asian countries, their politeness is bow at everything. You'll even see at somebody was making a joke. They filmed they stopped at a red light, okay, in a car, stopped at a red light, stop, right? Normal things. And then the kids are walking across the road, and they turned and bowed at the car. Like, thank you for stopping and letting me cross the street. Wow. That's super polite. Trying to be more fancy with this one. Tell you, if you ever want a strong right arm, work in an ice cream place. Scoop an ice cream. Oh my God. Your forearm. Cereal, like Frosted Flakes. Spoon is pretty stupid. What is it? I forget the translation. The currency exchange. Oh. Okay, so you got, say, 2,000 is the middle of the price. So it's about 10 times. $2,000 is about $2. 2,000 is $2. So there you go. $2, $1.50, $2.50, $3. About. Approximately. Okay, let's get out of friggin' sweet territory. King, giant, whatever. Octopus bread, Korean street food. Well, that's a thing. What the hell? Oh, lots of oil. It's like deep fried. And then your meat chops.
이게 그 매출이야.
Just keep adding meat. I guess there's that cheese stuff. Oh, shrimp, Jesus, bloody hell! This is a mix for sure. Oh my god, that same crappy cheese stuff. Use it for everything. More corn. Damn. There's some squid. Good lord, they just keep loading this thing up. Already cooked. Not my cup of tea. I don't like this. Kind of weird. Too much. Jesus Christ. Oh, chopped up octopus. Oh, these things are fucking heaping. You're joking, right? This is how they turn it into a ball. No, that's so weird. Don't you think? Going through all that trouble to turn it into a circle. Cool, though. Isn't it weird how they're so used to chopsticks, two long skinny things, that it's a tool for everything.
30분까지 오래 걸리네요.
10분 정도.
What the hell is that? You know, I think this pancake batter thing that they do, it's a pretty cool idea. They do it with a lot of different things. Well, that seems like a pain in the butt. Oh wow. All that hand motion just for one little ball. I wonder how much they sell a ball for. Oh, that stuff. Oh god, more of that. I'm pretty sure I've tasted that before. That's like seaweed, and it's really salty. And it just has a super fishy flavor that I don't like.
아홉 번은 여기 앞에 자판기를
Hmm. Giant toast, meat sausage, cheese, egg toast. Korean street food. Oh, look at how big that is. I'd like to know what the ingredients of those butter bricks are. Those things. Okay, this is the last video. I'm going to take a little break, and we'll be back for some more later on. Okay? I'm going to divide this into part 2. I started really early again today.
사절이 삼겹살.
Some sausage meat. Sausage patty. Hot dogs. flatten it out on the other side. Cabbage. So much sauce.